Morning resembled a stepped-on ketchup packet that was human-shaped. Wow, that's a great way to start an evening. How you doing, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to the Gnome Show. I am your humble host, Josh, or the beard with a face, or I don't know. It's a me. I don't know. I'm feeling real fucking weird today. Happy Monday. It's currently snowing pretty nicely outside. Listening in for my cat so I can let him in from freezing his fucking tail off. My cousin is safe and home, and I think he's going back to work tonight, so that's a good thing. The store is doing very well. If you happen to live in the Route 1 area of Woodbridge, go check us out. You won't regret it. Rat Pack Clubhouse, 13621 Richmond Highway. I've got a couple things for you this evening. I got a couple interesting things. One of them isn't usually in my wheelhouse, but I do like weather-related phenomena and stories. So that's a kind of a hint of what we're going to be looking at. First up is going to be from Strange Tales Presents. I might look at that one too. I hope you guys are staying safe tonight. I mean, from what my roommate said is once he like outside the neighborhood, things were fine, but once he got on neighborhood roads, things were a little bit weird. But it's something to expect when it's shitty outside like today. I don't say shitty. It's pretty nice outside. Probably gonna film a little bit clip of the forest outside the house. Grab yourself something to drink, something to eat, something to smoke on. I have several things tonight. I finally found a line on hash. So, well, no, I have my warnings up, like on Twitch and YouTube. I'm 18 and over anyway. So, yeah, I've got. I don't know if you can see it. You definitely can't see it. But yeah, buddies. Afghan hash is back in the area. It's been like 15, 16 years. I'm sure you could probably find it if you knew the right people, but I didn't until recently. Hell yeah. Apple fritter wax available now. Just leave it at that. Fuck it. Let's observe tradition right off the bat. Welcome viewers. How you doing today? I didn't know I was going to get eyes so soon. And since I do have eyes on me already, let's do the apple fritter. I know I don't stream nearly as much as I used to, but I feel, especially the amount of energy and time that the streams consume, and I'm fairly fucking busy these days. Hey, what's up, guy? How you doing? Hope you're having a good day. Hey, maybe I should do some more streams. I don't know. I didn't get as didn't get as much response when I was streaming before, but I guess I've come a little ways since then. But let's do a dab. One second, let me go see if my cat's at the door. You look like you got gray in your hair. Where you at? Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here so I can wipe you down. Hmm? Come here. All right. All right. Well, get comfortable. Hmm? You know where to go. Go on. Go on. What do you want? Why are you being so weird? Huh? Huh? We're on stream. Huh? We are on stream, buddy. Hmm? Come on. Come on. He usually doesn't have that much, that many problems. Welcome, new viewer. How are you doing today? Just getting my cat settled in so I can actually, do my stream. There is every chance that he's going to demand to, to come up and, get situated on my chest. I'll try to keep that from happening, but if it does, he's the one that pays the rent. What am I going to do about it? Sir? Easy back there. All right. You guys can also follow me on Discord if you like. I mean, it's always on. I'm always on Discord. Whether I pay attention to it or not, I don't know. Not enough activity goes on in there generally for me to actually do that. But if that changes, so will my activity. There's a lot of there are a lot of benefits that come out of Discord. And there's a lot of media that I could show, that I could stream, but it would have to be on a like, I don't know. I guess memberships. I don't know. I don't know how all that shit works yet. But in the future, like, you know, as it usually goes with that kind of stuff, that could be added as benefits or whatever. I'm not entirely concerned about it. If you want to, I'm always available. I'll be on Instagram too. All right. Torch is fucking loud. We hit some crazy numbers at the shop this weekend. I'm not sure how Sunday panned out, but Saturday was a record day. Thank you very much, guys, for coming out. We appreciate the support so very much. Right, ya? Got my dab ready to go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. It's the only thing is that damn ass fucking warm. Very, very nice. See, I am not a drinker, but I'm definitely a smoker. Although, Boss Man did give me a water-soluble shot with 100 milligrams of THC in it. This one's the Delta variant, but I have reports from customers that they've gotten in a lot of trouble by underestimating this, well, the bigger variant, like the one that comes in the medicine-looking bottle, getting in a lot of trouble. So I'll probably try this in a little while. Like, it's strawberry lemonade and remove cap, fill to brim, pour. Oh. Okay, so you can just take a cap full, or you can sip or mix into a beverage. Oh, so there are options. I like some of the deltas. I even like Delta 8 somewhat, but I can see why people don't like Delta 8. It's the high is a little bit it's a little rough, you know. Delta 10 is a little bit better and more. Um, well, it's just better. That's why it's still in the market. 10, 11, THCP, THCA, THC. Oh, there's a bunch of them. But those are the super rare cannabinoids. And before the Farm Bill, they were too expensive to harvest because you had to get them in such large quantities. But with the Farm Bill, where like we're allowed to raise large crops of hemp, you can pull those rare cannabinoids from the hemp plant, and all of these are present in standard THC, just in like as a as a as part of the whole. You know what I'm saying? Like, or as outliers, or as specifically geared towards certain things. But generally, I do like them, especially THCA. Um, it's it's a wonderful it's a wonderful cannabinoid. We've yes. I am on stream at the moment. We had snow caps in shop. I doubt that they are still there, but they were dusted with THCA, and they're wonderful buds. It was black runts dusted with THCA. Sold out like within the first day or two. We're not sold out, but almost. Like we're down to like the last grams actually. So, to your question, yes, I like the deltas. And the regular THC is a delta. It's delta 9. Like that's the standard THC. Yeah, yeah, they can be. Again, they're rare cannabinoids. So having a large concentration of a specific cannabinoid can absolutely do some trippy things for you. There was one product that I used to sell in my old shop called Mr. Gas, which was THCP, and that was a really nice cannabinoid. Like I rarely trip on cannabinoids these days. Like you're like I'm just as likely to just be slumped by a really powerful like smoke as I am to trip. When I was first starting, like the first time I ever hit a bong, absolutely tripped. We were in Autumnwood Park in Fort Washington, Maryland, and it's funny because that's where I used to play soccer as a youth, and we would go there to smoke, and I would just be it would amuse me because like we're here doing this, and this is supposed to be a community park, and it is. Like we weren't doing anything untowards or anything, just smoking and geeking out, but we are all in this tiny car, and I had to watch everybody because I didn't know how to operate a bong before. I had never seen one before, and I took my hit, and the trees were like they were swaying, but it was more than that. It was sort of like it was the visuals were there. Like it warped my tiny little brain. And it was off to the races. Really wish I had a better place to put this boom arm, but it's okay. So yeah, so I have tripped on deltas, or not on herb. Now shrooms. First time I did that, didn't work for me. Took the full dose and everything, stems, caps, all that kind of good stuff. Didn't really work for me. I had another eighth that I left in my drawer because I wasn't going to do anything with them. I was going to maybe sell them to a friend, but I let them sit. And then one day I was like, I was going to go smoke with my buddy Ray. And I decided to pack the mushrooms in there and see if that would work. And we went out to this little, it was a little park playground on top of the hill, like a really tall hill in Oxon Hill, like right next to a neighborhood. So it was just this little tiny park on top of like very tip top of the hill. And there, and the view of the stars was fucking awesome. And you ever seen that shit on YouTube Shorts where Muscle Shaggy comes out of the tent and he's like, the glass was just in the tiny pocket. And they're all in the stars and everything. Like, it was just like that. Like, it looked just like that, except we were just like, at the park. And I tripped, not hard, but it was nice. And it worked for me at that point. It definitely was a better experience than eating them. Maybe I was supposed to puke when I ate shrooms. I don't know. I don't know. Probably not, because I had some chocolates recently and that motherfucker, woof. Shout out to Miss Ashante. That was a good time. We've got some new I think I might be able to get my hands on polka dots. It would be very nice if Virginia would legalize psychedelics, or maybe like putting the same tier as marijuana, or like you can possess up to a certain amount and then be all right, but for personal consumption only. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I might be able to get some of that, and I'm interested in trying that with Miss Ashante. And also, those Nerds ropes are really good. I'm not really an edibles guy. Like, I prefer to smoke my stuff, or vape it. But those ropes are good, and they have the hash marks on them for a reason. You do not need to eat the whole rope in one go, and in fact, it'll probably give you a stomach ache because of all the sugar at one time, and you'll probably regret getting that high that quickly. Not saying somebody can't handle eating 500 milligrams at once, and probably many of you do, but there's a lot of people that shit will fuck them up. And that's why I warn everyone. Like, go for it, brother, but be warned. It's like somebody putting in a whole snake of fucking hash into a blunt. Go, hey, go for it. Put that solid fucking pencil fucking core right up in there, and see how quickly your motherfucking just staring at your fucking knees and drooling, and your buddy is doing the same fucking thing, and you got the rest of your blunt just fucking burning there. I mean, that's cool. Maybe you have a third friend, but he's probably going to be in the same shape. Promise you. Although if you did like a really like one of the like as thin as like the mechanical pencils, and you wanted to put one of those down the middle of your blunt, that would work really well actually, because it would melt into the fucking bud before it has the chance to clot or anything like that. No, like it's I do not recommend putting the whole core, the whole gram of wax in there. It's going to quickly end for you in that session. But if you want to do a real like thin core, just a little line right up in there, or better yet, just put little dingleberries down your blunt. If you want little bombs of like hoo hoo hoo, that's what I would like, But don't put too many because you'll get there's a high chance that it'll just gum up the fucking blunt. You've already got a lot of resin coming out of it when you have like a really hashy bud type. When there's plenty of resin coming out there and it's literally fucking taking a doo-doo out the end of the fucking joint. Thank God for motherfucking filters, but even filters can be overwhelmed. Hey, it's nice having somebody to talk to on the chat. Thank you for thank you for staying around. I appreciate that. And just for that, I think we should do. Do I have any flour? I don't think I do. You might have a little bit. Yeah. Oh wait, if you like the song that I've been playing on here, you can get it in the YouTube audio library. I like it because it reminds me of Fallout, and it's sort of like there are enemies around, or like it just reminds me like sort of like that nice haunting video game music. So when I say dingleberry, when referring to hash, that's what I'm talking about. Just a little ball of hash, because like a little bit goes a long way. And make sure you remember where you put your little dingleberry. If you don't put it into, make sure you put it into your tray so it doesn't get squashed somewhere on the floor or on your mouse mat. Hash is real good. Yeah. So hash is literally a byproduct of picking your plants. So when you're pulling the buds off the plants for harvest and everything like that, all that resin that comes off of those plants, and hopefully you're wearing gloves, you can literally roll that into snakes, and balls. And you collect that, and that's the hash oil and the plant matter. That's what combines into that really dark, rich hash. Like. Come on. Can I get it? Come on. Maybe not, but it's just really rich, dark color. It's Okay, so that stuff you get out of your bowl when you're cleaning it, that's the very dirty, unclean version of hash. Like Afghani hash or blonde hash or Moroccan hash, like that kind of stuff. That's that's the stuff you want. You can get it here if you know a grower, or somebody that makes this stuff. Like there's bubble hash as well. You have to ask for it. It's a niche product. Wax is far more readily available than hash is, but a lot of old timers, old heads. And there's a difference between those two, but a lot of the older generation will get very excited when you say anything about hash. I happen to be one of those. I'm like in the middle of like, I'm like a mid-generation, old school stoner. I remember going and making my first my first bowl. Lloyd, I hope you're okay. I hope you're doing well. He was my shop guy at Ford Lumber in Fort Washington, Maryland. Way back in the day. Mr. Eisenbray, you worked there too, buddy. Remember that. Those were the days. And I remember Lloyd taught me how to make my first bowl out of plumbing parts. It was great. And he also taught me how to roll a blunt, although mastering how to roll a blunt took me an entire pack of Phillies. I'd take my van, my homework, some books, some flour, some music with me, and I'd go down to Fort Washington Park and I'd spend the day there. And I remember one time it took me an entire pack, but I figured out how to roll them. Still not very good at them, but I don't break them anymore, and I don't need to doctor them like I used to. And it does take me an hour to roll a blunt, or that's exaggerating. One time it took me an hour, but it used to take me like 20 minutes to a half an hour to roll a blunt, and it should never take you that long to roll anything. But me and my buddy Ray, Philly Titans. I used to yak because we'd be smoking so much, and the smoke would get in my stomach, and I'd end up having to fucking lean out the car and fucking yak and shit. Good days. Get hide from the camera, damn it. Got this little guy in Ocean City last year. In the hotel we were staying, there was a little head shop directly underneath the fucking the hotel, and they had a little bit of everything, but they sold nicks, and they sold bubblers. I think they sold some vapes and stuff like that, but they were very nice people, and I needed something to smoke, some flower I had out of, and that's where this guy came from. By the way, Ocean City, I love you. Great city. One day. I don't know, I might not feel so bad about dying in Ocean City or near Ocean City. That's a beautiful fucking place. Beautiful people. You get up at 6 a.m. and you see an entire city go to work at once. And it's great. And it's quiet. I mean, it's nice during the day, and if you're trying to get in shape, or you're trying to fucking actually be active during a trip, I highly recommend Ocean City. It's a good place to go. If you're, whatever you're looking for in Ocean City, it's got it. It's even got a fairground at the end of the boardwalk. It's got local seafood and boardwalk food and variety. It's just a wonderful little fucking town. But I get up at 6 a.m. because like I didn't want to be in the hotel room anymore, and I'd get ready, go down, get my coffee, the free coffee right at the front desk or near the front desk, and then go outside to the little cafe and support her little business and get a real coffee and some breakfast, and then go out and walk on the boardwalk all morning. Just especially if you're a fat guy like me, like it's an easy way to get exercise. You know, like you're not even thinking about it. You're people watching. You're taking video. You're fucking like like at the time I was doing field work for the channel. You know, like you can see some of the shorts on my channel from my time in Ocean City. I met a lot of really, really good people in Ocean City. I love you all, guys. I can't express how much like it was actually fairly influential on the channel. Can't wait to go back this year. Get my own room, but I'm going back. Hopefully, I wouldn't necessarily mind it being at the same place too. I forget which place it was, but it was nice enough for me. I'm not here to stay in the hotel room anyway. I'm trying to be out and about. And if you're really, really conservative with your money, well, no, I was traveling with a family, so I can't even say I'd take a fair bit of spending cash with you just for going up and down the boardwalk and feeding yourself, because it is a seaside town and they do need money. This is their livelihood. That's how they fucking make, get through for the rest of the year. So, boardwalk prices. But, the food is always good. You do kind of have to be, you have to scout where you're going to go eat, but there's enough, places on and off the boardwalk that you can go, that you can eat for cheap. Not even a problem. There's enough sandwich places off the boardwalk that are good. If you need cigarettes, go to the fucking gas station. Don't fucking bother with get them at the gas station. Just save yourself some fucking trouble. If you want sushi, there's a really good place right near the Walmart that has not just sushi, but has poke and ramen, and it's got everything. It's a one-stop fucking it's a one-stop shop, and it's beautiful, and the prices are they're local prices, affordable, next to the Walmart affordable, but the food far above Walmart, far Walmart, huh? This place, yeah, way up, yeah, huh, but the prices down. It's great. I love it. Can't recommend it more. And because it's seaside, that it's super fresh. Sandwiches, there's a place right behind the liquor store, or maybe it's right there. I forget what it's called, but they make fucking great sandwiches, legendary type stuff. Yeah, there's everything, and the fishing is good. It's not. No, the fishing is good. I'm just not a great fisherman. I like it in freshwater fishing. I'm okay, but surf fishing or saltwater fishing is not really my jam. It's a little more bullshit than I want to deal with. But I have been on a charter boat before, and that was pretty good. I liked that quite a bit. I can't wait to go back there. I'm hoping maybe this year it's feasible that that Miss Ashante can go with me. Like, you know, we've got a lot of bullshit that we're dealing with right now, but we will probably have a clearer outlook on things by March, April, and we can make plans. With, because it would be nice to have like somebody to like when I don't want to fucking be out on the boardwalk, you know, when I want to just rest for a couple of hours and maybe go do something with her if she wants to, you know, like I just have somebody that to go do stuff with, but like I don't have to be fucking super active for it, because sometimes keeping track of the cousins is a task in of itself. I can't wait to go back. It's gonna be great. All right. So one more hash it, and then we'll jump on to the first film for the evening. Again, this one's called Strange Tales Presents Deliver Us from Guy. I'm excited. I don't vet these films beforehand. Like I try not to read too much of the blurb underneath the video. Like and most of the time I just don't at all. But we have watched Strange Tales before, and it was good. So I'm here for it. Anybody who's watching, you can reach me on Twitch, and you can also reach me on YouTube. On the channel, I am American Gnome Productions. On Twitch, I am American Gnome Gaming. I'm also on Instagram and Facebook underneath the channel. The channel name, American Gnome Productions. I try to keep that consistent, but when I made Twitch, my original use for Twitch was like for streaming gaming, but I ended up branching differently, or not just into gaming, so but I'm there. I simultaneously broadcast to both Twitch and YouTube, so that I can reach the widest audience that I can. And all 238 subs that have climbed on board the AGP ship, thank you very much. I appreciate you all. I am here for the long run. I've got no illusions about being like, you know, big, but the short film community on this on YouTube is strong, and they've reached out to me. Some of the creators have reached out to me like for seeing their short films, and that it's really cool. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, it's like, you know, like it's sort of a validation, but you know, I do it because I enjoy it, you know, and obviously some of you enjoy it too. But yeah, like I'm definitely like, you know, like you know, this is a really strong community, and I'm gonna be here for a while. Like I have a watch list that's like 100 films long right now that I'm still trying to get through, plus everything else that I get to along the way. Yeah, so stick with me. Production values will get much better as I learn to do what I need to do. It's a one-man show right now, so you know, I've got the drum and the bass and the snares. Everything's just strapped onto my back at various points, and I'm just, you know, But I'm working on it. See where it goes. I mean, and I'm not, this like, I'm not trying to burn myself out. I don't want to. I'm not trying to fucking like rise like a meteor. I have my waxing and waning interests, and I don't know. I've always been on this notion for. Well, it's been a fair few years now, but sometimes I'm the water, and I just go along with it. And sometimes I'm the stone, and it doesn't matter. Like, I've planted my feet here, and this is where I stand. I'm sort of in the plant my feet stage right now. And yeah, so I'm gonna see where it goes. I have some things planned for the store. I'm fairly sure it's going to be a round table type thing. And that means we're going to need multiple microphones. But like a round table discussion, I think might be really cool. There are a lot of changes happening to the store. A lot of upgrades that have recently happened. I don't want to, I'm trying to be vague. I'm being purposely vague because I don't like to speak about things before they come into being. But this is something that is coalescing in my brain. It's something I've wanted to do for a long time anyway. But the channel necessarily had to come first, and also getting full-time employment had to come first. That crisis happened last year, but very thankful for where I landed with the Rat Pack. I think this is the place I need to be. Stay tuned. And really, if you live within a mile of the shop, we do deliver. It's a small radius, but it's something that we can handle right now. We also have an online store, so if you see stuff that you like, you can order from there. Or you can just come on in. We're very friendly. Just remember to be polite. Treat this like your grandmother's house, because we would like to stay and serve the community. And come springtime, we will be hosting some outdoor events. We have working on getting like either I think it's going to be a projector or something like that, like so we can do like a well. There was my boss is like he wants to do something for the anniversary of the shop, and also we're definitely going to be doing something for 420, because of recent events, that's an even like more likely possibility that it's going to be more of a to-do type of event than it would have been, which is exciting. And my homegirl can cook, so like and we also have a food truck that we're working with. We could do some really nice stuff. All that is to pull it into being. I just want to do it organically. I don't want us to move too fast. Last time a shop I was working at was at this point. The dark years of the dark year of 2020 happened. And that was very stunting. But by the grace of God and the universe, hopefully this is our year. All right, enough of my rambling, at least for now. I'm nice and baked. Let's boogie. Ladies and gentlemen, Strange Tales presents Deliver Us from Guy.
So the bins need to go out tomorrow. Okay, oh, there's a load of washing to be put away. Are you okay to do that? Do you know where everything goes?
Yes.
Oh, do me a favour. Can you have a look at that leaky tap when you've got a chance?
Okay.
It's driving me mad.
Look, I'll be fine, okay? You just worry about enjoying yourself.
Are you sure you're going to be okay?
Of course. Now go. Say hi to your sister for me.
I'm hungry.
James, my man, how's it going?
I'm alright.
Tina's away, I see.
Huh.
Sunglasses.
Yeah. She's out visiting her sister and I'm left to my own devices.
Oh.
You?
Oh, working again. Still pays the bills, barely.
Don't worry, I'll
Oh.
I'll probably see you tomorrow.
Oh, good. You're keeping me in a job. Oh.
Okay, now it gets
smells
weird.
nice, mate. Enjoy, Jimmy.
Hello, Universe Pizza.
Yeah, hi, my name's James. I just had a pizza delivered.
Okay, how can I help?
It's the wrong one.
It's the wrong one, you're saying?
Yes, it is. Look, I ordered the Universe Pizza Special with no peppers, no sweet corn, no mushrooms, no pineapple, no gherkins, and no onions.
Yeah, what's the problem?
There's onions on it.
There's not one bit of onion on there.
Yes, there is. Look, I've got a 4-year-old nephew who likes puzzles. I'm pretty sure if I picked off all the pieces of onion on the...
Hold up. So you ordered? Oh yeah, I'm assuming they're in I don't somewhere in the UK, or EU. But so let me get this straight. So you ordered a specialty pizza, now that has every motherfucking thing on it, and then just asked for everything. Just why didn't you just order a cheese pizza or a specific pizza? Why didn't you just order, like, I don't know, seems like somebody was really fucking angry that you didn't do a regular pizza order, that you had to go fucking be like difficult.
This pizza and handed it to him, he'd be able to make a whole onion, which I can then post back to you to prove that there was onion on my pizza.
We'll get another one sent out to you straight away.
Thank you. And how long until the new one?
Half an hour.
Great. See you in 30 minutes.
Come on, hurry back to the sea, don't leave that bit. Come with you.
Oh, yeah. Gee, thanks for bringing this.
No worries. Look, I'm sorry about the mix-up.
Oh, it's all right. Mistakes happen.
One too many for me, I'm afraid. I've been fired, so
Why are you getting fired? You didn't. Did you make the pizza? Or did you just deliver it to the wrong person? I mean, this is kind of worrying.
you're my last delivery. Still, it was nice getting to know you. See you around. That's nice.
Wait! I've got another pizza.
Oh. Lush. Thanks, mate.
No worries. Least I can do for getting you fired.
Don't worry, James. I forgives you. Oh, yes, mate. Loves it.
Yeah, that's a fucking film right there.
Oh. How long you been together?
A few years.
Oh. Engaged?
Happy birthday.
Oh my God, James! I've been waiting so long for you to get me a
Oh,
Star Trek logo pin.
Do you like it?
bro. That's lame.
No, not engaged.
Give it time.
Yeah, we'll see, G. G.
Hmm?
There's always something I've wanted to ask you.
What does G stand for?
God.
God. Oh, like Godwin.
No, just God.
You really are one of a kind.
One of three, actually, but I see your point. What do you do for a living again?
I work in a mobile phone call centre dealing with complaints. I have to say the same thing over and over again. Press the standby button. Set the top of the phone.
Okay, so like the thing. All right, so getting a gift from it was nice. Like, you know, like if you're like if she was a Trekkie, I could see it. But it felt like he was buying a gift that he wanted, but he just gave it to her instead. Like, I understand. I mean, it was nice, trust me. But like, if you're gonna get somebody, a female, a gift, give them something that they like. Something. It doesn't even have to be something like major. Like a small gift, something that's from their hobby or their life, something that they personally appreciate. You know, like Miss Ashante loves owls. So sometimes when I see stuff that, you know, like it doesn't, you know, not all the time, but something that's really cool with an owl on it, you know, like that's, you know, something I'll grab for her. But it's not just that, but just something that she appreciates. This guy, at least he remembered, but that was kind of a bad call. I don't know. It depends on the girl. Like some girls, if you got her a Star Trek pin, they'd be over the moon on that. So, like, you know what? To each their own. But this guy seems like he fucked up. Just on this one.
It doesn't have a standby button. How did you turn the phone on? Yes, I can imagine how simpler it was back in your time.
Wow.
Oh, mate,
Dude.
I know how you feel. I have to deal with complaints all the time.
Why are you late? Or I didn't order that.
If you're God, why'd you let good things happen to bad people?
But you don't really get asked that question a lot, though.
If you're God, then why did you make Hitler or Stalin? Or fucking Karamax? Oh.
I like Karamax.
Well, you can keep him, mate.
These people, they don't actually believe you're God, though, do they?
Well, not everyone believes I'm God, no, but some people believe I'm God. Well, they've seen my shrines, so.
This dude's good, man.
But you don't believe I'm God, do you?
That's because you're not.
Why not? Why can't I be God?
Because God isn't a person. He created the universe millions of years ago. He's an entity, a thing.
What you're trying to say is, James, if I was really God and I invented the world millions of years ago, how could I be here today?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, you're forgetting, James. If I really was God, then surely I could be anywhere, couldn't I? I mean, I could be anyone.
Holy shit.
Hello, James.
Holy shit. That's cool.
What's wrong?
How are you doing that?
I told you, I can change everything there is about me.
You became my girlfriend.
Yes. I'm Tina. I'm Tina.
Holy shit.
If you're my girlfriend, does that mean I've been dating God this whole time?
Idiot.
Nah, I'm still God. I've just taken on the appearance of your girlfriend. The real Tina, on her third glass of Prosecco. Complaining how you haven't proposed yet.
Wait. Since when did you want me to propose to you?
This is crazy.
I don't want you to. Tina wants you to. To avoid confusion, I'm just going to change.
I've got so many questions. Ask away. What's your favourite ice cream? What? Oh, sorry. I thought you were gonna. Never mind. Chocolates. That's the same as me. It's a fairly popular flavour.
Yeah.
Have you ever smoked? I'm not proud of it. I used to, but I gave up when Jesus came along. Jesus! Oh yes! What's he really like? How old is he? Did he really die from this? What's the Power Ranger? Calm down. Take a breath. In. Out. In. Out. In. Out. In. Okay. What do you want to know? I've got one. Did he? Oh, will you stop that? Just pick one and stick with it.
Well, excuse me.
Sorry.
Thank you. Now, did Jesus really turn water into wine?
No. He poured some berry juice into some water. Someone was like, "Oh, this tastes like wine." Didn't realise it was berries.
Jesus turned water into squash.
Yeah.
Why did you let Jesus be crucified? Or why didn't you stop that happening?
You think I had to say what he got up to? If Jesus was getting crucified, mate, he was getting crucified.
Why would he want to be crucified?
What, haven't you had a day when nothing's going wrong?
Yeah, but I've never thought to myself, today is so bad, I'd rather be nailed to a cross and slowly dying.
Whoa, 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 whoa. What do you mean nailed to a cross? You've been reading those scriptures, haven't you? Don't believe everything you read in the scriptures, mate. Telling you, fake news.
Like being crucified in our house means getting gazeboed, smashed, pished.
Oh, you mean drunk?
Yeah!
Right.
He got so crucified he didn't wake up for 3 days.
What happened when he didn't
wow.
go?
Well, everyone thought it was a miracle he could move, let alone go to work.
Work? Where does Jesus work?
Oh, he works in a restaurant.
Are you ready to order?
Yes. I think I'll have the ravioli.
Oh, I'm sorry, we're all out of the ravioli.
Oh, never mind. I'll have the steak.
I'm afraid we're out of that too.
Pork?
No.
Chicken.
No.
Lamb?
No.
Pizza.
No.
Meatballs?
No.
Kebab.
No.
Well, what have you got?
Fish.
It is not going well.
Oh. Sorry.
Anymore?
Why are you here?
Pardon?
That's a good question.
Why are you here?
Okay, hell. Well, it all started with a big bang.
Oh, no. I don't mean that.
Fuck that.
I mean, why are you here? Right now.
That's what I thought.
In
he
my
meant.
flat.
Well, you invited me in after getting me fired.
But you're God. You don't need a job.
Well, you're sharper than I give you credit for.
Thanks.
Yeah, I better be off.
Oh, no, you can't go.
Why not?
Well, you haven't told me why you're here.
Oh, fucking. Okay. Okay. I am here to tell you the world will end in 7 days. So, I think that's it.
You're lying.
And the way the world will end is not with a big bang,
What a whimper.
but with a sneeze.
Oh shit.
I'm joking!
Yeah, but why are you here?
Or am I? I'll see you soon, Jake.
He's lying. He's lying.
What if he's not?
Yeah, of course. Of course he's lying.
This memory treatment is looking to put brand new beginnings on the map. In other news, there have been a few reports about an outbreak of what scientists are calling
joking.
superflu. The first case was
Yeah,
reported in a
as if
small
the world
village
was
just
gonna-
outside of Sorrento, Italy. The local
Oh,
how it
shit.
became contracted. The second case was reportedly found in the town of Bacali, 32.4 kilometers across the Gulf of Naples. Leading scientists are to be believed the virus is
Wow.
airborne, carried on moisture.
Fucking wow.
Showing the same symptoms. This strand of superflu is thought
Strange
to be
Tales.
harmful
Deliver us
to
from
elderly
G.
and newborn. It is uncertain
Fucking
whether or
right.
not this strand of superflu will hit our shores, if at all. However, doctors are urging get their precautions.
That was fucking brilliant, man. Like I couldn't have picked a fucking better film to open with. Like bravo, Strange Tales. I've heard from these guys before. Yeah, that was fun, man. Like at first, like, you know, you're thinking like, oh man, this is gonna be a real slow burn, but like it just ramped right the fuck up. Like that was cool. I've talked to these guys before. Strange Tales. They've got more stuff on the way. If you like them, please go give them a sub. They are absolutely fucking brilliant. Bravo, guys. Bravo. Let me give this one a like. Also, like, subscribe, and share, ladies and gentlemen. I release new films or first time watches 7 a.m. every morning. I'm also on Twitch, Instagram, Discord, all that kind of good stuff. And I'm working on. I have a Patreon page. There is an item up for offering there. $5 a month if you are interested. It's just buying new stuff for the channel is expensive as hell, but it's all worth it. And what's up there is pretty good. It's Dungeons and Dragons, Honor Among Thieves. I'd never seen it before. Not all films that I put up there will be first-time watches, but a good portion of them will. But other ones will be from my childhood, or like from like things that I've seen a long time ago that I'd like to revisit. It's been 20 years. I'd like to see it again. So I do have that up. Once I get to 500 subs, I'll probably deactivate the Patreon in favor of memberships, and we'll do it that way. Because they have to go through YouTube anyway. So I would rather have them all in one place. But there will be more perks to come. Like once Patreon is got more items on offer. But thank you for joining me for this film. As I said, like, subscribe, and share. I love you all. Be safe, happy, and healthy, and I'll see you in the next one. Okay, so that was Strange Tales, Deliver Us from G. When I saw the title, I had something completely different in mind. I was thinking about clarified butter, and I was thinking maybe in another part of the world. But that was fucking awesome. Wow. Next up, we're gonna we're gonna do a nice palate cleanse before we do some more horror. This one, I like weather events, and this guy, Weatherbox, he covers past weather events from I think it's across the country, but he probably covers everything. But the one we're going to look at is Montreal's catastrophic ice storm of 1998. I remember some really bad storms during the mid-90s, so or the 90s in general. So I wonder if this is probably connected to some of the crap that went down here in my neck of the woods. Yeah, we're gonna take a look at this one. Chill a little bit. I've been wanting to branch out of branch into first time reacts to other stuff. It's just when it comes to reacting to other stuff, I'm not just out here just to react to stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like it's usually going to be things that I'm very interested in, or that are to do with my channel, or to do with the shop. But I do want to cover some other things, and like I said, weather events are definitely one of those. Large global events are something else I wanted to cover. There's a no, I think I've already covered that one. I might still. Anyway, all right. So let's check this out. This is The Biggest Freeze: Montreal's Catastrophic Ice Storm of 1998. Damn. See, I've never seen anything like that here. But
26 years ago, one of the
stuff.
most incredible winter storms hit the St. Lawrence Valley. For 4 consecutive days, freezing rain fell from Kingston, Ontario to Bangor, Maine, resulting in over 3 inches of accumulated ice. The incredible weight toppled 17,000 telephone poles and 1,300 electric transmission towers,
Wow,
destroyed
look at that.
millions
Just straight
of
crumpled.
trees, halted all...
So I do remember like a couple of years ago, we had some severe. We had an ice storm that was really bad, and then we had a really bad windstorm that took out quite a few old trees in our neighborhood and around our city. It was really crazy. But seeing like stuff like this, like I was it in France where the ice, the freezing rainstorm was so bad and the wind was so bad it was freezing sideways. Yeah. We'll get back into it.
Travel and made the daily
Look at
routines
that.
of modern society nearly impossible in Montreal. Following one of the warmest years on record in Canada, the sudden severity and lengthy duration of the ice storm took many by surprise. Today, we'll investigate the role our friend El Niño played in this devastating event, learn how ice this thick can accumulate in the perfect conditions, and review in depth the indescribable damage from one of the worst natural disasters in Canadian history. The state of the global atmosphere leading up to this event was unsurprisingly warm. Since the slow increase in the average temperature at the start of the 1900s, 1997 was the warmest year on record, and the North American higher
think it's gotten
latitudes
worse.
felt it. Starting around January of 1997, ocean monitors detected a large area of warmer water about 500 feet deep in the western Pacific. Over the next couple months, this warm water would expand to the surface and eastward, eventually pulling off the coast of Peru. This is called El Niño, and it's a naturally occurring oscillation that happens on average every 3 to 4 years, with some variability. This warmer water was observed as far west as French Polynesia and was as warm as 12 degrees Celsius above normal. As a strong El Niño often does, this powerful oscillation had global consequences. 15 tropical cyclones formed in the South Pacific, double the annual average. In the West Pacific, 11 super typhoons formed between April and December, sporting an accumulated cyclone energy score of 570, a record that still stands to this day. In Canada, an abnormally cold start to the year transitioned into an abnormally warm spring as warmer Pacific air was transported into the Red River Basin. This melted snow and ice at an alarming rate, causing historic floods. Several levees failed in Grand Forks, North Dakota, as the Red River crested to 54 feet, spilling water 3 miles into the city. While the summer stayed comparatively cool in the Midwest, central and eastern Canada saw one of the warmest and driest on record. Nova Scotia saw only 10% of its monthly average rainfall in July, and the Ottawa Valley suffered a similar fate. While this made the growing season more difficult, the mild weather continued well into fall, allowing for a proper extended harvest that Canadians normally don't get to enjoy. As the El Niño only intensified heading into winter, the warmer temperatures were likely to stay. As long-wave troughs in the jet stream meandered across the United States with their associated cyclones below, it became clear that the southwestern and northeastern United States were disproportionately getting hit with heavy snow. On October 25th, a strong surface low developed beneath a cutoff low in the jet stream near the Four Corners, pulling moisture into eastern Colorado. The clash with cold Canadian air resulted in explosive snowfall of over 4 feet in the eastern half of the state. On November 16th, a foot of snow fell in Portland, Maine after a New England low deepened rapidly when moving off the coast. On Thanksgiving and Black Friday, another cutoff low moved ashore into California, traversing the Rocky Mountains, dropping several feet of snow in central Colorado. On December 3rd, a deep low over Arizona dumped over a foot in the higher elevations of New Mexico and Colorado. This pattern continued over the next several weeks, which concluded with a major winter storm in the Northeast on December 29th. As the cyclone responsible for the snow moved offshore over the Atlantic Ocean, a large-scale change began to occur. A strong surface high containing frigid air from northern Canada began to slide southward into the upper Midwest on New Year's Day. This front was very slow-moving and took 3 days to push down into Kansas, and then it stopped. A significant temperature gradient existed along the front from Abilene, Texas, all the way up to Maine. But you might notice something a bit peculiar about this map. As the Canadian air sagged southward, a secondary area of high pressure was building westward from the Atlantic Ocean to the east of the Carolinas. This high was obviously much warmer than the Canadian high, and it helped to create that stationary front, or non-moving temperature boundary. Now here's where things get interesting and complicated. Directly above
Like, these are nerd terms and like concepts that I'm barely familiar with. Like, I've watched a lot of weather news, my time, so some of it I understand, but this is super nerd stuff. Yeah, I'm just as bewildered as you are, and I'm not prone to comment on this stuff unless it's like, oh yeah, I remember that.
Above this stationary front, the jet stream had actually split, which is somewhat rare. Two jet streaks, or bands of fast-moving air, existed over eastern Quebec and California, but nothing over the central US, which created sort of a holding pattern. The rapid flow of air that high in the atmosphere is what helps to push these storm systems across the country, so that lack of movement meant that the weather at the surface was going to be stagnant. But it didn't mean that it was going to be dry. Back at the surface, the subsiding or sinking air was moving in a clockwise motion around the two areas of high pressure. Right along the stationary front, you had northeasterly winds pushing 45-degree air at the surface. But right at the frontal boundary, they were met by southerly 65-degree air flowing around the Atlantic high. This zone of convergence meant that the warmer air from the Atlantic would rise over top of the colder Canadian air, creating a wide swath of rain. When air converges, it rises, and when it rises, it creates clouds and precipitation. Over an inch of rain fell in western Ohio and central Oklahoma, the areas of strongest convergence. Not only did this pattern create a wide swath of rain, but it also resulted in two other anomalies. One, because of the orientation of the highs, between them was technically a trough of lower pressure. This is a warm inverted trough, and it's pretty rare, much more common down in the tropics. The second anomaly was a deep pocket of warmer air that existed a few thousand feet in the atmosphere above upstate New York. The warmer air from the Atlantic high was lifted as the colder air from the Canadian high stayed near the surface. The next weather system that would move through the area would interact with these anomalous air masses, and the meteorologists recognized this. But they didn't predict a $5 billion disaster. Starting on January 4th, small surface lows would form within the inverted trough over Texas and move along the stationary front. Remember, cyclones move along temperature gradients. While they tracked northeast, they pulled in tons of moisture from the Gulf of Mexico, bringing it into the colder climates where it would fall as rain and snow. The concern here wasn't a major snowstorm. Remember, the jet stream was split, and you need that strong jet stream for a cyclone to turn into a winter storm with high winds and Arctic blast and feet of snow. These weaker lows weren't that, but rather the environment they were moving into was perfect for one of the deadliest forms of precipitation: freezing rain.
Yes,
this
sir.
is how freezing rain works in a mid-latitude cyclone. When the
Fuck some
cyclone
freezing
forms,
rain.
let's say over Texas, as they often do in the winter,
Snow we
and
can
starts
handle.
to move
Rain,
across
no
the
problem.
country,
Freezing
they
rain?
take on a
Ooh.
very
Nope.
familiar shape. To the southeast of the low center, it's often
rather
warm
have
and
hail.
dry, but to the north, there exists a swath of precipitation called the deformation zone. Warm air gets pumped northward ahead of the cold front, and it rises and then gets stretched. The low pulls some of it to the west where it wraps around the backside, but some of it gets pushed further east ahead of the warm front. This stretching or deforming is called the deformation zone, and because of this deformation, there is less air and therefore lower pressure in this area. This means that air from the surface is able to quickly rise and condense, creating a large swath of rain and snow. If you look at the GFS weather model, pretty much any point in winter, you can see the telltale deformation zone on the northern side of a forming cyclone. They are a dime a dozen in the United States. But the problem with the deformation zone in the winter is that the zone encompasses both above and below freezing temperatures. If you look at a vertical cross-section of the deformation zone, you can see at the southern end along the warm front, the air is both warmer at the surface and higher up in the atmosphere. But as you move further north, the cold air wedges itself underneath the warm air until it exists within the entire column on the far northern side. Keep in mind that above the 700 millibar level in winter, the air is freezing all around, so all this precipitation starts out as ice crystals above 700 millibars. My question for you is that if precipitation exists in this entire zone, where does it snow and where does it rain? Well, obviously it rains in the warm sector and it snows in the cold sector. And right in the middle, a mix of both: sleet, wintry mix, what have you. But right here is the Goldilocks zone. If the air in this warm sector is about 38 degrees Fahrenheit or above, and this pocket of freezing cold air stretches from the ground to about 1,500 feet high, then liquid water will fall through the pocket of cold air and quickly freeze on the Earth's surface. This is how freezing rain happens, and the particular atmospheric conditions are why it often only happens in a 50-kilometer or 30-mile wide corridor in the deformation zone. The reason why ice storms happen is because early on in the cyclone's life, the general atmospheric profile stays relatively stationary, and the deformation zone moves parallel to it, meaning that freezing rain can occur for hours along that narrow corridor. So in order to have a historic ice storm, you would need a much larger area of freezing air at the surface with warmer air aloft, along a stationary temperature gradient that doesn't get moved for several days. Additionally, you'd need a parade of weaker low-pressure systems consecutively moving through the area, just strong enough that they contain heavy precipitation within the deformation zone, but not so strong that the frontal system moves south or north. And wouldn't you know it, this is exactly what happened in the St. Lawrence Valley in January of 1998. As the Canadian high moved freezing air at the surface into the St. Lawrence Valley, the Atlantic high injected warm moist air aloft into the region. And in the middle of the day on January 4th, the precipitation started. What appeared to be just rain fell onto a 29 degree Fahrenheit, -2 degrees Celsius, southern Ontario and Quebec. And immediately, a thin layer of ice started to form. The good news was that there was snow and slush already on the road, so driving wasn't affected right away. But walking definitely was, and even if you wanted to drive, you'd have to chip away at your windshield to even get on the road. This is a pretty typical accumulation of ice from a single cyclone, but this was only day one. On the morning of the 5th, with another low moving up from the Gulf, it became clear that this was not going to stop, and most schools in the Montreal area were closed for the day. 15,000 trees across the city had already collapsed from the added weight of hundreds of pounds of ice falling onto cars and power lines. By the afternoon, a westerly wind had picked up, putting more stress on power lines. In Drummondville, about 60 miles northeast of Montreal on Trans-Canada 1, 8 electric transmission towers collapsed. Now it's important to mention that it's not just the weight of the ice on the tower itself that's responsible for a collapse, but rather the process of ice shedding. Ice will build up on transmission lines, and when the wind causes the ice to rapidly crack and fall off, the sudden reduction in weight and tension on the power line causes a longitudinal vibration that can pull the tower down. 90% of transmission tower collapses result from this phenomenon. By the end of the day, nearly 1 million Quebec residents were without power, and shelters began to open for those without heat. On January 6th, the zone of freezing rain shifted slightly south, disproportionately affecting the south side of Montreal. Residents who decided to stay home likely had some way of creating heat, like a fireplace that they didn't use often, but were forced to now. Unfortunately, this resulted in the first of many house fires to come. On January 7th, the potential for freezing rain peaked. An Arctic high over Newfoundland was now moving westward towards Quebec, reinforcing the pressure and temperature gradients along the stationary front. The colder surface air had moved south into central Maine, which was now within the freezing rain zone. A stronger low had formed near the Gulf beneath a deep long-wave trough, which was pumping so much moisture into the northeast that meteorologists believed this would be the record-breaking ice day. 20 to 30 mile an hour gusts knocked over tens of thousands of middle-aged trees. Even if residents wanted to leave their homes to access a shelter, there was no way to get into their cars. Ice accumulation was now well over an inch. With Hydro-Canada Power Company deep underwater, American companies like Asplund from Pennsylvania were called in to help remove the fallen and sagging trees. You couldn't go outside for more than a few minutes before hearing the sound of tree branches crashing onto the road. By late in the day on January 7th, the zone of precipitation now extended from Dallas, Texas to Halifax, Nova Scotia. To the west in Ottawa, most government employees were sent home as an inch of ice now coated Canada's capital. And while Montreal was getting a short break in the action, New England was now...
You know, like, this is the kind of thing that one would want you to, like, maybe want you to invest in, like, heated streets. Or, you know, I know it wouldn't be, like feasible for some, but, like, man... like having a way to keep like stuff like this from happening, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's crazy. Like why don't we bury our power lines? Like, why isn't everything underground? You know, like, I know sometimes you can't do that, like when you have active faults and, like, you know, you're let's say the land, like, you know, where you live is mostly sand, or, you know, like, isn't very strong. I can see some concern. But still, like, I don't understand why we don't bury our power lines. Have our power grids fucking, like underground, or, like, you know, like inside. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, shield the fuck out of that shit. Like, so it doesn't, you know, like, so these kinds of things don't happen. I mean, I know it creates jobs, but, like, the amount of like, danger, like, you know, like, people are stupid. We will try to drive in this shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we will chip our car out of the ice and motherfucking attempt to get to work, you know, or take the kids to school. Yeah, being prepared. Like, you know what kind of weather we can get. Like, it's not a what if, it's like a when. You know? Like, when are we gonna get this type of storm? You know, Mother Nature does not fucking care about precedent. You know, if anything, like, she's like, if it's happened once, it's probably gonna happen again at some point. You know, like the Japanese, or they have literal markers, you know, like, to warn people to never ever 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 build structures below this point. You know, like, just don't do it. Like, you know, like, over 1,000 years, just don't fucking do it. You know, we should be, like, I don't understand why we have that same kind of communication of, like, you know, like, oh, this happened, so we should bury all these vulnerable power lines, or, you know, like, all these homes that have really, really old fucking transmission lines. Maybe we should fix those, like, you know, because it's going to cost us less money to do it up front than it would to, like, fix everything during an inclement weather, like, you know, like, trying to fucking get people unburied during a winter storm like this. You know, like, doing it, like, this is crazy.
Under fire. Residents in Lewiston in Augusta woke up on the 8th to half an inch of ice on trees and power lines. Central Maine Power headquarters lost power to its offices in Augusta, making restoring power to over 600,000 residents that much more difficult. It was the worst electrical crisis in the history of the state. Dozens of people were hospitalized for carbon monoxide poisoning as they ran generators inside of their homes. At least 2 people died. Back to the west, the swath of rain over Ottawa moved into Montreal overnight, and by January 9th, downtown Montreal had finally lost power, along with 1.4 million residents.
Damn.
Over 1,000 transmission towers were now toppled, but thankfully, because the ice accumulation to the north of downtown was slightly less, one sole connecting transmission line between the Bouteille and Chenier substations remained unaffected. Had any of these towers fallen, all of Montreal would be in the dark. All trains east of Toronto were cancelled, and many airlines in the area followed suit. Victoria Bridge, one of 3 connections between Montreal and the eastern suburbs, was closed off to the public. When Hydro-Quebec tried holding a press conference to ease the fears of the public, the power went out. Irony. Hundreds of Canadian military members were sent to the South Shore to help make the streets passable. The power outages meant that water filtration plants couldn't do their job, so residents were urged to boil water before consumption, despite having no power or ways to heat their homes. As the air a few thousand feet above the ground was significantly warmer, lightning flashes were reported across the St. Lawrence Valley. Many of the rural areas to the south and east of Montreal were affected way worse than the city itself. Now, when we talk about total ice accretion, it gets a little bit complicated. The shape and thickness of that ice depends on the physical properties of the object it freezes onto. While flat surfaces are likely to have a uniform layer, vertically oriented objects like signs and tree limbs are more likely to form icicles. If you want to learn more about the science of ice accretion, there's a fascinating paper written by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. I linked it in the sources below. With that being said, by the end of January 9th, 3 to 4 inches of ice accretion was observed in Montreal and points east. And besides the loss of 44 human lives, mainly due to carbon monoxide poisoning, the next biggest loss might have been the trees. In 1997, Quebec alone was responsible for producing 70% of the global supply of maple syrup. It's been noted that maple trees are much more susceptible to ice-related damage than their coniferous counterparts because of their large, complex crown. When ice forms on a maple tree, the extra downward weight on the branches can tear the trunk in half. Over 1 million trees across the St. Lawrence Valley and points east were damaged or destroyed, which is an incredible number. Obviously, the maple syrup industry took a hit in the following year, but many of the damaged trees were able to recover. On January 9th, the freezing rain finally stopped as the stationary front lifted to the north. With the air temperature now above freezing, but wouldn't be for long, the entire city was buzzing with utility workers, Canadian Army personnel, and general Good Samaritans trying to clear out the ice and broken tree limbs as fast as humanly possible. Downtown was still without power and quite dangerous to walk in. Huge chair-sized chunks of ice were falling from buildings and crashing into the street. The 3 bridges connecting Montreal to the South Shore were the most dangerous for this phenomenon and remained closed while crews removed the ice. But even the construction equipment used to remove the ice had trouble keeping upright. Local small business owners brought free food to the shelters, including Joe Morena of the famous St. Viateur bagel shop. Some areas on the South Shore didn't see power restored for another 3 weeks. But after grueling work put in by Hydro-Canada in sub-freezing temperatures, the power grid was eventually restored to full capacity. Damage estimates from the storm are anywhere from $5 to $7 billion US, which puts this ice storm as one of the costliest natural disasters in Canadian history. A large part of that expense was a result of the 700,000 insurance claims filed by those affected. Despite the record ice storm, the rest of the winter ended up being one of the mildest on record. In fact, 1988 was one of the warmest years in Canada up until that point. That same strong El Nino, which weakened the jet stream over the central US and helped produce that ice storm, also gave Canadians a much-deserved break from the winter cold and snow. A book that I really recommend if you want to see some cool photojournalism and some interesting stories from the event is The Ice Storm by Mark App. It has a fantastic collection of pictures. I especially like seeing these 1980s and 90s Econobox 2-wheel drive cars trying to navigate the ice storm. It must have been impossible. I hope you guys learned a little bit more about how El Nino influences our winter. We're in a pretty decent-sized El Nino right now, so we'll see what happens. Hopefully not another ice storm. Hope you guys have a great New Year's, and I'll see you soon.
Have a good one, brother man. Huh? All right. So, that was the biggest freeze, Montreal's catastrophic ice storm of 1998. That was pretty fucking cool. Like crazy how fucking like freak storms like that can happen. Better to be prepared than to try to deal with it when it happens. I know that that's a lot of money to spend, but I mean, a lot of times it pays off to have a little bit of forethought. So give Weatherbox a like and subscribe. It's a good channel. Lots of good content on there, especially if you're at work. It's safe, safer work content. So like, be like, hey boss, look at this. This is fucked up. You know. Also, if you enjoyed the video, like, subscribe, and share. I do appreciate it. Stay safe. Stay safe, stay happy, stay healthy, and I'll see you on the next one. All right. So I'm going to throw some music on for a minute. I'm going to go stretch my legs and smoke a cigarette. I'll be right back.
Gotta feed the kitty anyway.
Rat Pack Clubhouse, everyone. Pizza. So as it turns out, Wawa makes some fairly good pizza. Yeah, good pizza. I mean, no, especially when it's fresh. Like this is like from the other night, so you know it's still good. But when it's super fresh, man, me and Mr. Doss, we killed that pizza. It was good. And I was super skeptical at the beginning too. When they first started serving it, I was like, But if you think about it, they've kind of taken over the game. The only thing they don't carry right now is like Spanish food. Like really, like if they did authentic Spanish food, like they had like the Spanish breakfast type stuff, or I mean, they have burritos, but come on. Like if they had some really good Spanish dishes, and they got the market. Even if they do really good tacos. Luckily, I don't have to worry about that. If I really want tacos, there's a truck right next door. Alright. My stomach feels better. Excuse me, little man, you're gonna come in and around. Hmm? Okay. Not bad. It's only 8 o'clock. I'm usually just starting. I'm usually just starting much later in the evening. But with the snowfall, I wasn't planning on going anywhere, so here we are. So this next short film is by Vintage 8. He's already got a number of these out, so I'm trying to catch them in sequential order. Otherwise, you're just waiting for like the whole thing to finish. But this is the third video in the series. So grab yourself something to drink, something to smoke, something to eat maybe, or go grab something to eat before we start. This one is about 8 minutes, but the next one we got is almost an hour, and that's a season. It's a full season, but it's an analog horror found footage type thing, and I'm very curious about it. But that will be the last one we do, maybe, I don't know. It's a stream, so whatever. Like, we're actually moving quite well. But for now, I might as well take a dab. Instead of doing, instead of the apple fritter, we'll go with triangle mints. Oh yeah, I've barely gotten into the triangle mints. When I got the apple fritter, I kind of left this one alone. But this is triangle mints. Just kind of trying to key it out. Yeah, it's really trying to get there. See, like stop it. It's very light colored. Stop it. Oh, it's hard to do this stuff. Oh well, you get the general idea. Yeah, it keeps wanting to color correct it and do all that kind of weird stuff. Let's switch the This one is also available on the YouTube audio library. This one's called Science Montage. The other one was called Dead Wrong. I'd very much like to, at some point, get a bank of tunes that I can have that play in the background. I mean, I can. Like, maybe I'll just have to put that together. A nice playlist for things to go on in the background. Ooh, excuse me, ladies and gentlemen. I apologize. I destroyed that pizza a little quickly. Oh, okay, you're up on the dryer, or the washer. I think he's probably staring down Quattro. Okay. make this heat quick. I'm really enjoying the brand new microphone though. I love the clarity of voice. It's great. Alright, this should be good. I apologize. How long does a propane torch last me? Anywhere from 2 weeks to a month. It really depends. Like they last me a long time. I never really have to worry about it like you do. I use mine enough to have to worry about like having one in reserve, but only because I'll forget or I'll get lazy and I'll run out before I actually go and get a new one, and it'll be a pain in the ass. I do recommend the electronic ignition burn one because the heat is much more intense than the manual sparker. That was really good. That was a really good one. Yeah, that's triangle mints, man. Bangarang, Peter, bangarang. One second. Oi, oi, Mr. Tito. Oh, just chilling, just streaming. What you up to? Well, yeah. I mean, and by the way, you're. Well, they can't hear you, but I am on stream right now. Yeah, I'm doing my thing. It's I don't normally stream, so I'm trying to get it in while I'm at it, and it's and I'm on good pace. I've been on for 2 hours, and it's only 8 o'clock. I mean, if you wanted to come by and chill for a minute, like, you know, I'll come out and hang for a hot second, but, you know, I'll be running in between here and there. He's asleep, but, or he's resting, but, like, I'm sure he'd probably be interested in saying hello. Just, be careful because, Jeremy said that, Armasol is pretty bad. Yeah, that's cool. All right, brother man. All right. yeah, it's pretty bad. Oh yeah, the torch. Right. So, I definitely, over any other kind of ignition system, I kind of prefer just a classic torch. I mean, mechanicals are nice if they're well made. We have this guy at the store. Really good device. 3 temperature settings. Quartz ceramic cup and a coil and a glass dome. We have replacement parts for both the coil and the dome. So if you drop it or the coil cracks, we can have a replacement for you. Lickety split, and they're very good. It's just I don't ever find myself needing to do a dab on the road when I'm driving, or even as a I mean, if I'm a passenger, sure, I guess, you know, like, if I don't have anything to do, yeah, sure, but not while I'm driving, you know, like, I'm more likely to hit something like this than I am, like a straight up dab. Unless I got it, like a dab, you know. Like then it's, you know, I don't know, roll of the dice, I guess. But I like using the torch. Let's see, what other one do we sell? No, I think that's the best mechanical we sell for dabs. We have the Egg Timer gravity bongs in shop. The one Seth Rogen really loves, the one you flip. He got that one. I don't think you can use that for dabs, but for like flour and hash, it's really, really good. And it's also designed to do shisha as well. And that's pretty handy. Although, well, yeah, but the hose attachment, you could do that. Yeah, I guess. I don't know. With a hookah, I'd rather have a traditional hookah than try to do it out of an Egg Timer bong. You know, just the little one is like really like that's the one that I've found that's most useful, and the one I'm willing to carry in my shop like full time right now. There are some other vaporizers like I wonder if you could. Yeah, you could probably do dabs with a volcano. I'd probably have a different attachment for it, but I'm assuming you could do that. It's an interesting experiment. Wonder if we can get one of the customers to bring it in and see if they want to try something like that. That's an interesting. Anyway. So I hope that answers your question. About 2 weeks to a month, really. More closer to 3 weeks. Like I've had that one. The one I just used for. It's been open for about almost a month now. Yeah, I used to use it a lot when I was at the shop, but not so much. Like I usually do dabs when I'm here. Especially since Mr. Doss broke my fucking my rig at work. Thank you, Mr. Doss. You owe me a new reactor banger. That's cool. All right, so let's go ahead and check out this video by Vintage 8. While Married to a Sleepwalker, video 3. It's starting to get creepy. So, well, it's always been creepy. Sleepwalkers in general are creepy. Even when they're funny, it's still creepy that kind of disorder exists. So. music and start the recordioing. This is Married to a Sleepwalker, Video 3 by Vintage 8.
It's been a week and Shelly still hasn't returned to her usual spot. I'm not sure what's changed. If you ask me, I think she's getting worse. She's blacking out during the day, like way more than usual. I've caught her doing strange things. Stranger than usual.
Oh, she's prepping she's obviously prepping the ground for something.
You hear that?
Static?
You don't hear that? That's voices.
And what are they saying?
Oh, that's never
Can't
a
make
good
that
sign.
out. It's weird, right?
You gonna be okay
Yeah,
while I go to the
sleepwalking
office?
is like, that's never
Yeah,
a good thing.
I'll be fine.
Sleep paralysis is also a fucking really terrifying thing. It hasn't happened to me in a long time, but that shit's creepy as fuck. And it's like all your limbs are weighted, and you just you literally like you can feel your body trying to respond to your commands, but it's like you have to it's like banging your shoulder against a door to get your body to actually come out of the sleep paralysis, and you like all of a sudden jerk awake, and that shit. First time that happened, I was on the way to a ski trip in West Virginia, and I was in we were all in the van, and I was between two other kids, and I became aware that I was awake, but I couldn't move, and then all of a sudden I jerked, and they were what was going on, and I explained what happened. That was. But sleepwalking, that's a different thing. That's bodily autonomy, while you're not even there. You're... I wonder if it's your subconscious, being in control. You know what I'm saying? The dream version of you, or the... I don't know. The subconscious, being in control instead of the higher functions. Maybe the lizard brain is the one wandering around, getting his free play. It's an interesting concept. The lizard brain struggling to get some air, to exist.
Okay. Hey, sweetie, I'm home.
Have you ever seen the shorts of the guy that does take videos of his wife doing weird shit while she's sleepwalking? I think you can find it on YouTube Shorts, or what is the other short Instagram, I guess. But his wife will wake up and she'll just she'll go and steal household items and put them in her pants, or giggle, or eat weird things and stuff like that. That's real sleepwalking, and that's the form that's kind of cute, but you still have to motherfucking monitor, make sure she doesn't leave the house and do some dangerous stuff. But then there are the worst ones, where they will literally go and fucking they'll eat things they're not supposed to, and do things that are highly suspect. But yeah.
Shelly?
Like that.
Baby, awake? Shelly? Shelly? Honey? Shelly?
Yeah, be
Go
careful.
take
She's
that
got a
knife.
motherfucking. Yeah, yeah.
Shelly, I need you to wake up.
Oh! Oh! Oh, she's. Somebody else is in control of your motherfucking. Oh!
Dinner's
Oh,
ready.
what are you doing? Right there. Right there. Like somebody else was
Wanna get a
holding
broom?
that knife.
Are you okay?
Yeah, yeah. Ha! Yeah, all the knives go somewhere safe.
Well, there goes our security deposit.
Like we were gonna get that back.
I just don't know how I feel about listening to Mary Q's suggestion.
Isn't that the whole point of this? Besides, what are you, scared of Kate? I doubt he's ever gonna find out about this.
As we are literally recording this with the intent to upload it to the internet.
You know those voices in my head that I'm always telling you about? Well, they're telling me that this is not a good idea. I mean, you're locking us in.
It's only at night.
What if there's a fire?
Hey.
Or what if she goes kind of like she goes like nutso when you try to keep her from what she's been doing? Like she in the last video, she like displayed like that she was capable of violent reaction to being stopped from her routines while she was asleep. So what happens when you are literally keeping her from going outside to conduct her routines? Like how, like she just held a motherfucking knife to your throat, like within a millimeter of like striking your fucking major artery. Like, bro, like maybe you listen to the voices this time and you don't lock her in there with you. Like maybe whatever's controlling her is like, for the safety of your husband. Like we have things to do, but we don't want to hurt him. Let's see what. Let's continue.
There's not gonna be any fire. Besides, I should have did something like this a long time ago. And if it doesn't keep you from sleepwalking,
how is that going to
keep
keep you from
inside at night.
sleepwalking?
Yeah, that's a win in my book.
Where are you going to put the key?
That's for me to know.
And you to never
What if I
ever
need
find
it?
out. Hopefully.
Then I'll get it.
That's what I'm talking about. If something happens to you, what am I going to do? Knock down the door?
If you know where it's at, doesn't that kind of defeat the whole purpose?
I think you're making some dangerous assumptions, brother.
We can drop all of this, call the doctor. You'd rather do that.
Well, just know that the voices in my head are not happy.
Yeah, that's no reason to call the doctor.
Yo, he's got a point there. Like, yeah, like my better instincts are like, we should call the doctor right now if you're fucking like getting responses from the voices in your head, not just like random shit, but like, he's locking the door. We don't like that. Well, what should I do? You need to stop him. That's more. I mean, like, yes, maybe call the doctor. Well, no, he put the knife in the lockbox. Like with all the other sharp objects, but then he fucking like I don't understand why. Like I mean there's like precedent for having a double bolted door. Like yeah, I mean it is security, but like not when. Well, you listen to those voices, sir. Like I'm steadily hitting this cake 3 gram, and like we'll take a hot break real quick. You pack your bowl real quick, and then we'll continue. Let me see. I mean, packing a bowl is always a mighty fine idea, you know, especially now when, you know, it's legal to do so. Giggity, you know. I mean, I don't know about the laws in anybody else's state, but where I am, the only thing we're worried about is the adult use program that's being held up. I mean, Virginia seems like it's like it wants to make the money, but they're afraid to do it. Like, you know, I understand maybe like some of the growing issues like that other states have had with it. But we all smoke regardless of whether it's legal or not, you know, and I mean, I just don't understand why you wouldn't want to make it a legal business. It's it's something that can bring the state a great amount of revenue, and we're all happy to participate. You know, there are people out there that could greatly benefit from just being business people. You know, that nice supply and demand, not being constrained, and not having pressure put on the state to bring in everything because it's already coming in. Like the networks, they're all there. You just got to be willing to work with with the community. Like, that's what it comes down to. Working with your community. I'm happy to be alive now because we're confronting some of the important issues that will determine the outcome of the future. You know, these are things we need to handle now, like things that Americans need to be really awake about. I'm not talking about the conspiracy theories and the stupid shit, just being aware of what's really going on in your backyard, your state, your country, the world. I haven't been a kid for a long time, but most of you are no longer kids, and even though you don't want to, or it may be unpleasant to think about dealing with, like, this is like your future depends on being able to deal with the crap that's going on right now. Really need to look forward towards your look towards and look. What am I saying? Look out for your fellow man. And I don't mean you need to fucking, like, you know, be a superhero or anything like that. Like, if you want to, cool. But just, like, some common compassion. Like, it's just not being a dick. You know what I'm saying? It's... So, sir, I'm assuming you got your bowl packed. Let's boogie.
As we approach the end of July, there have been 2 new cases of LV reported on the northern part of the parish. But this time, they're both children. Doctors are reporting that they are in stable condition. Their conditions will be closely monitored for the next 48 hours.
It's delicious. Is something new?
Well, something I found online.
Well, you did a really great job of following instructions.
Oh, was that a dig or was that a...
Oh.
What's wrong? Thought that was your favorite.
Really? Because it tastes like poison.
You okay? You tired?
I'm always tired.
True.
I'm always asleep. Or somewhere in between. It's just, sometimes I'm daydreaming about my everyday daily routine, and then bam, I wake up and I'm somewhere else doing something kooky. How do I know that I'm really sitting here with you having this meal? Or am I just dreaming about something that happened 2 weeks ago? Or maybe I'm sleepwalking right now, and this is just a conversation that's, a reaction. It's just my mind on autopilot, just saying whatever my subconscious thinks that you want to hear.
Life's not a dream, sweetie.
And why do I feel like we've had this conversation before?
Oh.
Can I ask you something?
That's terrifying.
When was the last time you felt carefree? Like everything was just gonna be fine.
Babe, everybody's dealing with something. Maybe this is our something.
Well, I would trade our something for someone else's something any day.
And then you might end up much worse.
Or maybe we could end up finally having a kid.
Oh.
Or we wouldn't have lost the first one.
Babe, you can't think like that.
Well, I do. When was the last time you felt carefree? Like everything was just gonna be fine.
Okay. It's probably the last few days before I got sick. We went to that old burger shack.
The place is a dump. We only would go there if we were too lazy to cook.
The food was so awful. Awful.
So what was so special about that day?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
It's just a normal day.
And that's what made it so great. This is the last normal day of my life.
I like that one. I'm gonna steal that one.
What about you?
The same day.
No, you can't have that one. Seriously.
No, I meant it. I'm gonna steal that one. At least I know it actually happened.
Wow. A grounding point, like from where everything started. Oh, baby. Oh, my good boy. We get comfortable? All right. So, that was nice ending, because the last one was much more dour. I think the last episode of this series was much more dour. So, that was Married to a Sleepwalker, Video 3, by Vintage 8. Go check his channel out, right now. If you want some content to last you for a good while, he's got and you know what? Let's go right over to his channel. So, he's got, and he's up to video 5. So we've got 2 more to look at, down the road. Oh, okay. Hey, Tito, how you doing? So, yeah, look at all this. He's just got gads of content for you to look at. Yeah, look at that. That's so. Go check him out. I'm sorry, there's stuff going on in the background. I was engaging a part of my brain. All right, and the last one we're going to look at is. Emerald Season 1. So this is be the next one. I'm going to go say hi to company real quick. So if you would like to call this an intermission, I guess. I don't I don't have all the fittings and trimmings for my like the will be back and all this stuff just yet. Actually, oh well, you know what? I can do that. Yes. Yeah. I'm thinking too much about the issue. 1 second. All right. And all right. All right. So I'm gonna go do a dab with a buddy of mine real quick. I will be back in about 10 minutes or less. Gonna make some coffee too. Available, sir.
make sure you watch what you say.
coffee is ready. I'm sorry that took a little bit longer. Let me get my coffee, and we'll be back on. Well, seems like this snowfall. Uh-oh. So it didn't stop recording. Oh, that's unfortunate. I'll have to cut out a lot of that. Have to take that into the editors. Sorry, I didn't. I was just thinking. And just took another dab. So I'm trying to swing back into everything. I hope you're having a good Monday night. Yeah, there we go. The snow is getting worse. Let's see what the Weather Channel says about the whole thing. Snowcraft advisory. Heather brings ice and snow and frigid temperatures to the south. See the details. Yes. So it's supposed to change over to rain by 2 a.m. But change back over to snow at 6. Well, probably about 8. And it's supposed to just turn into rain after that until, yeah, it's supposed to be, it's just going to be a nasty day tomorrow, so it's probably going to be a quiet Tuesday. Who knows, maybe not. People want to get out tomorrow, maybe, I don't know. Get underway. Let's go ahead and do some housekeeping while we're apologies for the noise upstairs. Okay. Yeah, that's outside or out there, but it's hard to use this one. Bangarang. Yeah, that's cool. Got a reply from a filmmaker. That's cool. That's the short film community is awesome. Oh, hey, pretty girl. Come in. Oh, that nice. Yes. Mike doesn't need to pick any of that up. Alright. So, those are uploading. Yeah, I'll have to take care of that later. After the show. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, let's kick off with the last part of this. Well, I don't know. It's still fairly early. It's only 9. But anyway, let's jump into Emerald Season 1.
October 1997, the Department of Defense was alerted by the City of Chicago Sewer Service about suspected trafficking-related activity in some tunnels for the past 3 years. It was believed that an international network funded from Colombia, with strong monitoring from a prison in Chihuahua, Mexico, might be operating there. Additionally, residual levels had started to show unusually high numbers, indicating a possible blockage in Zone 71 of the underground system. where materials were previously processed following the sanitary guidelines of the 1960s.
That's a pretty cute, creepy picture.
After the alert, the Department of Defense formed an extraordinary committee, given the conditions that had been under study since a report from the Wyoming State Police warned of a possible plague with characteristics unknown to science. This became evident with the study of biological material found in a cabin, which showed an excessively high concentration of a substance capable of branching out into the organs of various living organisms, including humans. The committee decided to send a specialized military team to investigate the deepest sewers in Chicago, as the main danger at that time was the potential spread of a disease that could infect some rivers. In March 1997, the Four Seasons, the Peninsula, the Drake, and the Waldorf Astoria hotels, all located in the city of Chicago, had to temporarily close their swimming pool facilities for 3 weeks due to a severe malfunction in the cleaning and drainage systems. This drew significant attention due to the simultaneous occurrence of these events and the similarity in the substances found floating in the pools. The substance was described as viscous and yellow in color, accompanied by spherical structures ranging in size from a golf ball to that of a human head. These were removed, with most of them being disposed of in garbage containers, while others were returned to the sewer system. Due to information restrictions imposed by the luxurious hotels, only security camera footage from the pool areas could be obtained.
Shit. So is that the real Mothman?
3 teenagers went out to explore the old sewers of Lake Michigan. With a camera in hand, they ventured into one of the largest pipes and, after traveling about 300 meters, they encountered a huge insect-like creature that was petrified. Even the young people touched it, and it did nothing. They said it was humanly terrifying because it had the deformed face of a middle-aged man.
What the fuck?
The photograph was confiscated after they were arrested by the police. the military team began searching the wells of the 4th underground floor of the old zone, carrying cameras, weapons, and explosives in order to record the possible presence of entities that posed a risk of water contamination. They found about 15 well entrances of various sizes leading to sites more than 20 meters underground. The old wells had been designed according to the 1960s schematics to isolate certain substances that could emit toxic gases. However, throughout history, nothing more than mold and small bacteria had accumulated, posing no risk to the surface. In the wells that reached a depth of 30 meters, they found remains of unexplainable material whose movement resembled that of strange larvae and pulsating organic tissues organized in extensive networks of mucus. Some impossible-sized eggs, which couldn't be attributed to birds or worms, began to...
Yeah, this is the soup of life. Like, I would imagine, like, shit like this happens all the time.
...to appear in the deeper wells.
Holy hell, those are some bad, big eggs, man. Big motherfucking eggs.
The military team decided to send an extensive probe with cameras to venture into the underground pipes, which, due to the labyrinthine nature of the subterranean area and the lack of updated blueprints, posed an imminent risk due to the unknown substances and gases in the area. The image results provided irrefutable evidence of what the Emergency Committee of the Department of Defense had suspected.
What the fuck is that?
Strange insectoid creatures were scattered across large segments of Chicago's oldest sewer system. They were forming true nests of creatures that had never seen the light of day, feeding on waste, moisture, and in ways that have not been possible to determine.
What? No, 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 that's a big nope. Preventing creatures from spreading to the surface. What the fuck? Did you see all them tentacles? Holy hell. That was rough.
The following records revealed the presence of hyperdeveloped creatures inhabiting the tunnels. Contact with these creatures was mostly through probes with cameras, although on some occasions. The military team came face to face with the mutant insects. They were mostly described as moths, with an excessive level of development, possibly altered by some substance that radically modified their phenotypic structure. They could have been the result of an unreported nuclear disaster to the relevant authorities. However, agents were investigating rare sightings in the skies off the western coast of the American continent, where some people reported witnessing inexplicable creatures flying over farms during plague seasons. The testimonies always pointed to insects larger than normal, which seemed to lead others, including some tractor caravans.
What the fuck? Or maybe the lights fucking turned them to stone. Wow. But I thought it was turned to stone. What the fuck? What the hell?
During the detonation process in the tunnels of Zone, one of the few security cameras stationed at one of the exits of the 5th underground floor captured the following image before everything exploded. and the recording was lost. It was a shadowy figure that was walking very slowly through the wastewater in the opposite direction of the explosions. Its appearance, similar to that of a human, raised the question of whether a member of the military team had become trapped in one of these passageways. A subsequent review of all team members revealed that everyone had returned alive, and no one had even passed through that area at any point during the expedition.
Oh, shit. That's a big fucking grub. How y'all doing today? Checking out this very creepy analog horror. It's from the Spanish radio station Cadena de Madrid, morning of September 9th, 2003. Uh-oh, advancing in the timeline.
Último minuto. Ricardo Castellón y Portonero, médico cirujano de 42 años, quien ha estado en el ojo del huracán desde agosto, ha sido finalmente detenido por la policía de Andalucía hoy 19 de septiembre. Los cargos que pesan sobre este médico son de suma gravedad. Se le imputa negligencia médica, faltas graves gravísimas al código sanitario, posesión de arsenal de guerra y la participación directa en 8 procedimientos quirúrgicos indebidos. Las primeras acusaciones sacudieron a la comunidad médica dejando a todos perplejos y preocupados por la seguridad de los pacientes en manos de profesionales de la salud. El arresto de Castellón y Portonero ha generado un intenso debate acerca de la práctica en clínicas particulares.
And she speaks fast, so I'm trying to pay attention.
The following story takes us back to the late 1990s in the region of Andalusia, Spain. In the city of Seville, a small clinic operated within an office building in the heart of the city.
Hope you're doing okay today.
Like any other independent medical center, it specialized in aesthetic procedures. But here's the peculiar twist to this horrifying case. They also performed procedures aimed at curing terminal illnesses, congenital deformities, and even treating blindness, hypertension, and musculoskeletal injuries. Ricardo Castellón y Portonero was an average doctor, unknown to the Spanish healthcare community, who had been the director and chief surgeon of his own clinic since 1997. His work did not differ from traditional practices in such centers. However, he was performing procedures that would seem impossible outside a hospital operating room and with such a small team of specialists. The first complaints arose the following year, stemming from a botched Botox procedure on one of his clients. This incident marked the beginning of subsequent investigations that gradually unveiled the highly unusual practices of this man.
So this is Emraho, season 1. It's an analog horror. I guess it's the full season 1. Yeah, like the full footage. So I guess yes, it's a horror story, but analog horror. It's one of my it's not a guilty pleasure. It's a pleasure of mine. I love delving into the mythos of someone's imagination, like these different analog horrors. Like these are worlds that these content creators have imagined and put down for record. 1 second. Yeah, what's up? Yeah, I'm good. No, heat me up one more. All right, so I'm gonna, can't say no. But yeah, no. So I like horror stories, and I like other people's. I like the mythos of other people's imagination. It's the best way I can put it. The worlds that we create, and so here we are. And we'll do this. We'll watch this until I have to step out for a second, and then I'll be right back. So here we go. Testimony number 1.
Yo no sé lo que me hizo ese hombre. A mí el doctor de toda la vida me dijo que tenía un tumor en la cabeza. Algo imposible de operar y de tratar. Las esperanzas eran mínimas. Así que mi Paquita, mi sobrina, me llevó a este doctor que atendía en el centro de Sevilla. Él me prometió curarme. Yo al comienzo no le creí nada, pero era eso o simplemente despedirme de la vida. A las semanas después de la operación, el doctor Ricardo me dijo que estaba en perfecto estado, que el tumor se había ido. Incluso me mostró unas radiografías. Ahí sí que le creí. El problema fue que, 6 meses después, comencé a perder la sensibilidad en mis pies. Luego las piernas, hasta que no pude caminar más. Al año no podía mover mi cuerpo desde el cuello hacia abajo. Cuando decidí volver a los doctores del hospital, estaban tremendamente sorprendidos porque el tumor efectivamente había desaparecido, pero encontraron algo inexplicable en mi cuello, junto a mi médula espinal. Era un parásito, no recuerdo el nombre, es algo complicado. Me dijeron que eso se estaba alimentando de mi médula y mi columna por su cuerpo. Y esa cosa era la que había eliminado mi tumor, comiéndoselo y creciendo gracias a eso. Intentaron preparar una cirugía de emergencia cuando se enteraron, pero era demasiado arriesgado. En este momento estamos esperando a un médico alemán que puede abordar este caso en un par de meses más.
What the fuck?
On September 19th, 2003, along with the arrest of Castian E. Portonero, the police raided his private clinic in Seville.
I'll be right
A couple
back.
of
What's up?
nurses and a secretary were also arrested on allegations of complicity in the doctor's crimes. Inside, all documents, patient records, as well as the legal clinic registration records, financial documents, and surgical implements were confiscated. The forensic team searched the office and discovered a series of extremely bizarre things they would have never expected to find in a private clinic. What initially started as an investigation into malpractice turned into the examination of a case incomprehensible to science. In a couple of storage rooms, several transparent containers were found, filled with a dark yellowish liquid, some containing strange rigid figures inside. Both on tables and on the floor, there were limbs from an unidentified animal, possibly an invertebrate. These were extremely large and elongated for a normal creature. Moreover, they appeared to have been removed no more than a couple of days ago, so they had not undergone a significant decomposition process. In other rooms used as operating theaters, there were larger containers that held enormous larvae of some mutant moth species. Inside, you could still observe certain reflex movements upon exposure to light and noise. These containers weighed between 20 to 30 kilograms. When they were removed from the building, strange shrieks were emitted by these larvae.
Estuve muy mal durante unas 2 o 3 semanas. Mi estómago me dolía mucho, aunque siempre he tenido problemas digestivos desde pequeña. Una amiga me recomendó a este tipo, porque ya había realizado un procedimiento estético muy bueno y como él es médico, podría ayudarme a un buen precio. Al examinarme y hacerme algunas pruebas, fue tajante en decirme que tenía una severa disfunción a nivel del intestino delgado. La mucosa interna estaba siendo poco efectiva para eliminar ciertos componentes de mi alimentación, así que me recomendó una intervención altamente invasiva con el fin de implantarme unos gusanos, de las que aseguraba regenerarían parte de mis intestinos. Ahí comenzó mi infierno. Al primer mes iba todo perfecto, pero noté que no estaba ganando peso a pesar de comer más de lo habitual. El doctor Ricardo me había dicho que eso era normal, que no me preocupara. Ya al segundo mes comencé a desmayarme en todos lados y a vomitar mucho, estaba casi anémica. Sentí un bulto entre el abdomen y el cuello muy ligero, que con los días empezó a crecer, hasta que ya no resistí más. Me dieron horribles punzadas en el pecho y mi condición de salud era horrible. Me llevaron de urgencia al hospital, donde me realizaron un escaneo con rayos X y encontraron esta asquerosidad dentro de mí. Tuvieron que realizarme una cirugía de urgencia. Me encontraron una enorme larva de casi 15 centímetros de largo rodeando mi corazón y fusionándose con parte de mi pulmón derecho. Tardé 1 año en lograr la primera etapa de mi rehabilitación. Ese médico está loco.
What the fuck? Fuck, that's not a lot. Oh my god. This is pretty creepy. bred them yourself? I mean, they're already fucking, like, what, I mean... You're breeding bugs in, like, people's bodies. So you're a host too? This is pretty nasty. Like. What the fuck? It's like metamorphosis type stuff. They're really good drawings.
One of those afternoons when a bone-chilling wind cuts right through you. It seemed like winter would arrive sooner than expected, and that wasn't good news for me. The bell on the entrance of the mini-market no longer chimed as it used to whenever someone walked in. I had grown so accustomed to that little sound that it took me a while to realize it was gone. Maybe they removed it from its place days ago for some reason. Who knows? Inside it was so warm. I can't recall ever seeing Ryan, the guy at the cash register, wearing a sweater or anything over his t-shirt. Winter or summer, it was always the same in here, except for the product prices. This crap was a problem for everyone, every year. Damn, this damn milk went up by $2. Came from the back aisle. The voice sounded familiar. It was Don Wasser, that stingy old man who complained even about the deals when they weren't good enough. He must have been banned from other places, otherwise I couldn't explain why I'd been seeing him here so often. But he was right. The milk was indeed pricier than last week. The store owner was a rat. It wasn't the first time he did this without a reasonable cause, and, as usual, poor Ryan had to swallow the complaints and grievances. The poor kid seemed so scared every time someone approached him with a frown, complaining about something. Don Wasser could be really cruel at times, and this wouldn't be an exception. That damn Chinaman can go to hell with his sales, he told the young guy, pointing his finger at him. Next time I come for groceries, you better have him here. Got it? Ryan nodded fearfully with each scolding, while he nervously wiped his sweaty hand through his hair, from his forehead back behind his ear, leaving a sticky trail of sweat on his bony face. Meanwhile, I didn't want to spend so much money on milk, but I couldn't decide which one to get. My little Alice would probably kill me if her pancakes didn't have the exact taste she liked. How could a 6-year-old have such a picky palate? Well, kids can be like that sometimes, more perceptive than us. I settled for the $2.50 McGowan milk. A rip-off, no matter how you looked at it, but there were even more ridiculously expensive ones. I also picked up a few tomatoes, bologna packets, and 4 beer cans. Those I took from the back of the fridge, where no one ever touched them. In the checkout line, there were 2 other people trying to joke with Ryan about Don Wasser, but the young man seemed even more nervous than when the man was yelling. It must be very exhausting for him, so shy and forced by his dad to work in such a public-facing role. What cruelty! But the boy had to learn to grow into a decent and confident man. That's what I was taught. That'll be $13.50, sir, Ryan said after ringing up my purchases. Are you okay, kid? I don't know if I actually cared about how he was doing, but I had to stall as I searched for some coins in my pockets. Sure, Mr. Donovan, you know how people get on bad days. Shit, yes they do. I took the 50 cents and placed them on the conveyor belt. You gotta stand up to him sometime. No one's gonna kick you out of here for putting that idiot in his place. They've told me, but Don Wasser's an idiot, you gotta know that. The cleaning lady and the Chinaman, your boss, they know it, and they couldn't care less about how to treat customers. The kid cracked a smile, and his face started turning as red as the Beaufort cigarette pack I grabbed from the display shelf next to the cash register. I'm short on cash, kid. I'll pay you back tomorrow. Sir, 2 weeks ago you took a bag of chips you haven't paid for yet. That's it. That's what I like to hear. That's how you need to stand up to Don. And, add the cigarettes to my tab. I left the store with a smile that later made me feel somewhat guilty. Sometimes I can also be hard on that kid. And maybe he dislikes me as much as he does the jerks who make his life miserable both in and out of work. Next time I'll give him a gift and, of course, pay what I owe to the store. On Saturday, I ran into Mrs. Cindy Rendallo in the canned goods section of the store. She was wearing her usual yellow feathered hat and a tightly fitted jacket of the same color, cinched at the waist. I don't know what she was aiming for, dressing like a teenager if she couldn't even leave those extravagant 18th century hats at home. Perhaps no one had told her yet how ridiculous she looked, not even the pair of neighbors on her floor, who, as uninterested in the world as they were, I doubt could overlook such a spectacle. "Excuse me, Mr. Donovan, would you be so kind as to reach me those cans of strawberries?" Canned strawberries? For a moment, I thought I had said that out loud. "Here you go. Thank you so much." Have you ever thought about buying them fresh? I mean, with all the preservatives and plastic in processed food. "Oh, goodness," she sighed. "The sugar. It's the sugar, Mr. Donovan. Addictions are not very accommodating to our poor taste buds. Do you still smoke?" I nodded silently. "Then you'll understand. Ask yourself." She was right, and it was unfair. Cigarettes were giving me constant coughing fits and hellish phlegm. Meanwhile, sugar didn't touch even an inch of her clothing size. And there I was once again, in front of the cigarette display by the cash register, rummaging through the disgusting chocolate-scented Kenworthies in case there were any of the Beaufort 10s left. "Ryan, where are my cigarettes?" I asked. "Sir, we've had a delay with this weekend's shipment. You know, the strikes in Denver. Don't you have any others that aren't these damn chocolate ones?" "There should be some." The young man took a deep breath and tried to finish the sentence. "In the stockroom. Please wait." At that moment, I noticed Ryan's face was paler than usual. I could swear he hadn't showered for over a day, and he hadn't even looked in the mirror this morning. "No, you wait a moment. You look really bad." I grabbed the Kenworthy trash and put it on the conveyor belt. "You should take the day off and see a doctor." "It's allergies, I think. The change of seasons does this to me every year." He didn't sound very convincing. "I owed you something, remember? I couldn't take my eyes off him." A long bead of sweat traveled from his temple to his chin, and he didn't seem to notice.
Very nervous about something.
"It's $5, and this would be another 5. "Thank you. Let me mark it off the list." He wasn't even looking at the notebook. His eyes were glued toward the soda machine behind me. Without hesitation, I took my cell phone out of my pocket and dialed emergency services. "Ryan, you look really bad. I'm calling an ambulance." Suddenly, I felt his hand, the warmth of his palm gripping my arm. "Don't do it. It's allergies, like I said. Please, don't insist." His voice wasn't its usual self.
What's he scared about?
It sounded more like a hoarse, raspy whisper, even monotone. When I turned to look at his face again, I noticed he had chapped lips, and he couldn't stop licking them persistently. "All right, I won't call anyone." I walked toward the exit with my heart in my hands. That kid had given me a scare that cut deep into my core and remained there, chilling my body from the inside. The strength in his hands beastly. He was just a scrawny 20-something, wasting his youth in a job more dehumanizing than anything. Everyone commented on that, about him and his boss. A jerk. The next day, before heading to the store for some sodas, I told my wife, Clarice, about the stupid dream I had the night before. It was that idiot Don Wasser. But picture him turned into a little fly. I don't know why that made me laugh so much when I started telling her. He came all the way over here to the dining room and started singing that song you like so much. What's it called again? "Fly to Me." Yes, that's the one. That was a catchy song. I can't deny that. Although she took it more seriously than I did. Maybe that's why in my dreams, a fly as fat and ugly as Don Wasser was singing it.
What the fuck is going on?
This time, the bell rang again when I opened the store door. I noticed it right away, just like Ryan noticed my presence. Mr. Donovan, good morning. The kid looked like new. Some color had returned to his face, and he didn't have that lost look he had the day before. Hey, kid, you look better. What happened to you yesterday? I told you it was allergies, anaphylaxis. Did he say anaphylaxis? He was close to dying, and I didn't call the damn ambulance. Excuse me, what did you say? Anaphylaxis, an allergic reaction. You know, your skin turns all red and you can't breathe properly. Yesterday, you told me you didn't need to go to the hospital. I was so baffled by his response that I didn't realize I was still holding the entrance door, blocking a man who wanted to come in. Yes, I'm sorry. I was really sick. I don't remember much about what happened yesterday. I noticed a lump under his t-shirt around his shoulder, close to his armpit. I approached to ask a few more questions. The doorbell tinkled again. What about your arm? I already told you, sir. He smiled at me. He smiled as if nothing had happened. It's the allergy. I had some treatments done because my skin had started to... Well, I'm not sure you'd want to hear those graphic details. I understand. Spare me the graphic descriptions. Ryan was so calm and in such a good mood. I had never seen him this cheerful. Not even once. I walked over to the cigarette shelf to look for my Beauforts, trying not to dwell on the fact that the kid could have died because of me. It didn't matter anymore. He was okay. And maybe due to the allergic crisis, he lost his mind and didn't hold me responsible for anything. Unfortunately for me, I didn't find my Beauforts among the rest of the packs. I turned my gaze back to Ryan to ask him about the stock again, but then I noticed something that grabbed my attention again. There, you've got something there. I pointed at the lower edge of my right eye with my pinky. I know some blood vessels in my eye burst from increased pressure. He kept that indifferent smile on his face. But I can still see it, sir. I didn't want to ask any more questions, because truthfully, I didn't want to see that inked eye of his again. Blood has always given me the creeps. 3 days later, I had to go to another store to get my Beauforts. My dear, lifelong neighbor's shop was closed, and the bell wouldn't ring again for at least 4 or 5 more days. Closed for mourning. The Lee family mourns the tragic passing of their wife. That's what the small note on the door said. A horrific moment for the owner. I thought about my daughter, about Clarice. I pulled a cigarette out of my pocket and returned home, thinking about them and how much I loved them. Mr. Donovan, open up. It was a Thursday night, and a woman wouldn't stop knocking on the door. Mr. Donovan, open up. One moment, please. I heard you. My daughter is sleeping. There's no need for all this commotion. The woman didn't stop until I reached the entrance, and I saw her with trembling arms, breathing heavily. She was wearing a somewhat worn-out purple robe from times gone by, and was barefoot. Mrs. Clark, what's wrong? That kid. The police are surrounding the store, and you have to come down and see. He's going to kill them. It was hard to make out what she was saying. She was taking bigger and bigger gasps with each word. try to calm down and explain the situation to me again. But Mrs. Clark was a bit older, and in moments like these, there was no way she'd have any self-control. "If you don't see it with your own eyes, you'll never believe me," she continued, even more distressed than before. All right, just give me a second." I turned around to the coat rack near the door and grabbed a golf club I used to hide along with a few umbrellas for emergencies. That moment, I didn't know what to think. Mrs. Clark had never caused such a scene in the neighborhood. She had always been, as everyone called her, a really sweet old lady, so loving, quiet, and attentive to her chubby grandchildren. Clarice said something to me before I left, but honestly, I don't remember a single word. I just followed Mrs. Clark down the street with the golf club in my hands, gripping it tightly. If I had to beat up a thief, I wouldn't hesitate. The emergency flashing lights of police cars had filled the next block with red and blue hues, and a few officers were guarding the area behind the police tapes surrounding Mr. Lee's store. A few neighbors had gathered behind the tape, peeking at the massive security display. Before I could ask any questions, 2 more police officers passed by me, running towards the store entrance with their service weapons ready to fire at any moment. People startled as the authorities called for everyone to leave the area through a megaphone on one of the cars. The blare of sirens grew louder as more rescue vehicles, ambulances, and even 2 fire companies arrived. "Back! Back! Denver police! Hands up!" A loud crash echoed from the store entrance. The glass from the door shattered onto the asphalt, and one of the officers warned again. "Hands up! Don't take another step. Do you understand?" The atmosphere turned tense all of a sudden. Suddenly, everyone who had been observing the strange scene moved several meters away from the scene. Many hurried back to their homes, terror outweighing curiosity. "Damn, it's that idiot Don Wasser," I muttered to myself, still gripping the golf club tightly. "Don't make any other move. Otherwise, we'll be forced to restrain you by force," the police officer continued. Describing what happened next is difficult for me because, honestly, I don't know if what I saw was real. No one would believe it, even in my position. Yes, it was Don Wasser, I was sure of it. But not about what he was doing there, half naked, facing about 7 police officers, pointing guns and shotguns at him. The man was only wearing a partially buttoned white shirt, with his arms and face covered in blood, with broken glass fragments still embedded in his greasy, chubby face. A yellowish drool oozed profusely from his mouth, dripping from his chin to his chest. His belly and all the obscene flesh jiggled with every step he attempted to take. He was out of his mind, with bloodshot, bulging eyes. Behind him, inside the store, I could make out the body of an emaciated young man seated in front of the cash register, rigid, with his right eye socket shattered and hollowed out from his nose to his forehead. I warn you, one more step and we'll be forced. And it happened. Whatever was about to happen happened just as I had seen it. Don Wasser's head exploded so suddenly that even the officer with the megaphone let out a horrified groan that everyone heard over the speaker. The man collapsed rigidly to the ground, drenched in a bloody pulp that spread into a pool of dark pus. And before anyone could even make a move to approach, brown wings, as large as his own body, sprouted out suddenly and lifted the once Don Wasser's mass of fat into the air.
Wow. Wow. What the
While in the countries of the Northern Hemisphere, New Year celebrations unfold in long nights, streets adorned with tender decorations and recurring snowstorms. In some areas of Latin America situated in the Southern Hemisphere, this happens in a completely different way. Not only because socioeconomic conditions do not allow them to enjoy those festivities in the same manner, but for a rather unique climatic reason. Due to the intense heat and the specific conditions of the desert that stretches across northern Chile and Peru from the extensive Andes mountain range. During late December and early January, strange creatures descend to the villages to deposit their eggs on the roofs of small houses. However, with a dramatic increase in temperatures, desert dwellers have not only had to deal with an annoying problem of infestation by strange insects, but also with creatures that proliferated due to excessive heat, taking on new and larger forms. The locals call these insectoid creatures donguias, which take on different types of forms. While they are not particularly dangerous in appearance, on Christmas Eve, all adults lock the children indoors and go out to capture and get rid of all these entities. Their appearance is quite varied, and in terms of height, they seem to vary as well, from the size of a child to even over 2 meters. The few photographs taken have been incredible evidence of these creatures that, despite their horrendous appearance, have never attacked anyone, and, unfortunately, have suffered the consequences of the anger of the inhabitants of the Andean desert cities. While the inhabitants of the Chilean-Peruvian desert had no idea where these creatures came from, they saw it as a necessity to go after them to prevent them from continuing to reproduce in the midst of these villages. The precedent for this action took place in the now extinct town of Telashuno, on the border of both countries, in 2009.
We've been living with these critters our whole lives. You go to the caves up in the mountains, and you always run into them. These bugs are harmless, buddy. Down there, they just beat them with sticks and don't understand the importance of these beautiful creatures we have in the mountains. We hope one day to become like them and be one with nature. We hope the chrysalis takes all of us, and that way we'll live in nature as it has always been.
It was late December, and the townspeople fell victim to an unusual infestation of insects, something common for the season. But this time, after a shocking heat wave, the offspring left on roofs began to grow disproportionately in less than a week. Those pupae hanging from roofs, walls, and even trees alerted the entire population, who in a futile attempt tried to exterminate them. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Due to their weight, they brought down a considerable number of homes, and the use of industrial pesticides was so extensive that families had no choice but to abandon the town, with a clear warning not to allow these strange creatures to infest their homes any further. Over time, various environmental organizations, government agencies, and independent scientists became interested in the phenomenon. So they decided to plan exploratory trips to the depths of the mountain range. Together with high mountain military specialists and local residents familiar with the area, they ventured into the rocky terrain. These missions lasted several months due to low investment and the little interest that the case was generating over time. The expedition resulted in finding several entrances to caves where extensive passages were discovered, posing a significant danger to anyone. Inside, they found a few unknown animal species, and quite peculiar biomes hidden among the gigantic mountains.
Beautiful formations. Wow.
However, the most striking discovery was the existence of larvae pupae, similar to those that had wiped out the town of Teleshuno, some showing signs of their own luminescence and varying sizes. Due to a lack of funding, these creatures could not be properly studied, and to this day, no serious attempt has been made to search for them.
Yeah. I mean, that's asking for a whole
Once
can
again,
of like
in
fuck
December,
around and find
they
out.
will reappear in the desert locations of Chile and Peru, causing headaches for families that, for many more years, may not have the opportunity to have peaceful year-end celebrations.
We need perfect creatures to live. They provide us with food, security, everything that we are unable to produce. Someday, this mountain will erupt, and the world will see what we're made of. We'll implant ourselves all over the land and return to our original form. That's how it will be, and that's how we'll strive to bring it about in the best way possible, all in due time.
What the fuck? All right. Well, that was Moroho, whatever, season 1. The full thing. Nice insect horror, body horror, you know, all that good kind of good stuff. Like that's especially like the dude exploding. That was gross. Like I would definitely like some more visual media from this. Let me go ahead and give them a sub and a like, because that was pretty cool. This is for Anomaly. Yeah, nice. This is Anomaly. Go ahead and give them a like and a sub. I think this is good for at least this stream. I need to go and stretch my legs, and that was 1, 2, 3, 4 short film. Well, somewhat 4 short films for your enjoyment. I will have. I'll have them up individually later on. But yeah, you can catch them here on the stream, or on the stream VOD afterwards. But thank you guys for joining me, whether you've come in and out, whether you've been here since the beginning. Thank you very much. I love you all. Thank you very much for the support. Be safe, be happy, be healthy. And if it's snowing where you are, be safe out there when you have to go anywhere. All right. Have a good night, guys. I'll see you in the next one.